and organizing team for their endless efforts and support. I wish all the participants a useful and informative FTP. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and insightful words outlining the expectations of the program. Now I invite our director, Dr. A. Mohan Babu, sir, to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Sir, unmute yourself, sir. Mohan, sir.
Good evening, madam. Good evening to all respected dignitaries, esteemed resource persons, faculty members, and dear participants. Before I'm going to be addressing of this 1 week of national level faculty development program on emerging technologies in data-driven artificial intelligence, I am congratulating of the convener of Dr. P. Ramesh Babu sir, head of the Department of Computer Science Engineering of NarsimhaReddyEngineeringCollege. Co-convener is Dr. N. Srinivas Rao Garu. Organizing Secretary Dr. P. Dilip Kumar Reddy and coordinators of Revati, followed by the Sravani Madam. By their excellent effort, there is a huge number of participants is gathered for the one single platform to availing of the emerging technologies. So it gives me the immense pleasure to welcoming of all participants in today's rapidly evolving of the digital era. Data-driven artificial intelligence is transforming every domain from education, healthcare, industry, and regular day-to-day governance also. As educators, it is our responsibility to stay connected, updated with these emerging technologies so that we can effectively prepare our student to meet future challenges. As a teacher, we must be a continuous learner. We have to upgrade ourselves, update ourselves on every time. Faculty development program like this plays a vital role in enhancing our technical knowledge, research capabilities, and teaching methodology and pedagogy also. I am confident that this program with the support of eminent experts, we invited from different people for day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5 with Kalyan Sarvepalli Garu and Yadunandan Garu. He is representing from Hexaware. Dr. A.V. Krishna Prasad Garu, he is representing from MVSREC College. Dr. A.P. Sivakumar Garu, he is representing from JNTU Anantapur. Sri VSB Madhav Garu, he is a principal consultant from Infosys. We are trying experts from the different fraternity of industry, followed by the teaching fraternity. Especially this conference consolidated will give the rich experience to emphasizing on the emerging technologies. So that I am encouraging all the participants to actively engage, interact with the resource person, and make the best use of this learning opportunity. I sincerely appreciate the efforts of the organizing team. Once again, Dr. P. Ramesh Babu sir and Dr. P. Dilip Kumar Reddy for their relentless and continuous effort to making these events with ground success to innovating of the all participants. I wish this FDP is a ground success and hope it will be then enriching and rewarding the experience for the everyone. Thank you, and I wish you the all productive week ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your motivating speech. Now I request Mrs. C.H. Srilakshmi, Dean Academics and Assistant Professor of CSE Department, to introduce our chief guest.
I'm requesting all the participants for due course of time kindly switch on your video for the inaugural ceremony to capture the images for filing purpose of for organizing team. Those who are comfortable, please kindly switch on your videos for the inaugural session only. Rest of time, your kind wish, please.
Good evening to everyone present here. It's my privilege to introduce today's chief guest, Mr. J. Trishul Reddy sir, Secretary of NRCM, who is young and dynamic entrepreneur stuffed with abundant skills of business and academia. Mr. J. Trishul Reddy sir play a vital role in streamlining and strengthening various channels of administration and academics. He walks along the footprints and parameters ideologically prescribed by his father, Mr. J. Narsimha Garu, the founder of Narsimha Reddy Engineering College. He is also a creative entrepreneur who has been striving to make the institution as a destination for the higher learning in engineering education. He was honored with the Best Management Award by the Computer Society of India, Hyderabad chapter. Thank you, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. Over to you, sir. Trishul sir, over to you.
Now I invite our Honorable Secretary J. Trishul Reddy Garu to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Respected Director, Dr. Mohan sir, Honorable Principal Dr. Loknathan sir, esteemed organizers, distinguished resource persons, dear faculty members and participants, a very good evening to one and all. It gives me immense pleasure and honor to be a part of this one-week online faculty development program on emerging technologies in data-driven artificial intelligence from 6th January to 10th January 2026, organized by the Department of Computer Science of Engineering, Narsimha Engineering College, in association with Computer Society of India, Hyderabad chapter. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the organizing team for choosing such a relevant and forward-looking theme. Artificial intelligence driven by data is no longer a futuristic concept. It is a present-day reality influencing every sector, including education, healthcare, industry, governance, and research. In today's digital era, data is the new fuel, and artificial intelligence is the engine that transforms this data into meaningful insights and intelligent decisions. Technologies such as machine learning, deep learning, edge AI, big data analytics, and generative AI are reshaping how problems are solved and how innovations are built. For faculty members, understanding and teaching these technologies is essential to prepare students for their rapidly evolving industrial landscape. Faculty development programs like this play a crucial role in bridging the gap between academia and industry. They provide an excellent platform to update knowledge, exchange ideas, and gain insights from experts who are actively contributing to research and real-world applications. I am confident that the sessions planned over the next 5 days will enhance your technical competence and inspire innovative teaching and research practices. I would also like to appreciate NarsimhaReddy Engineering College for its constant efforts in promoting academic excellence, research culture, and professional developments among faculty members. Collaborating the CSI Hyderabad chapter further strengthens the quality and outreach of this program. Also, all the resource persons associated with this program are highly experienced industry experts, bringing rich practical knowledge and academic excellence to this faculty development program. I am extremely pleased to share that above 1,000 participants have been registered for this program across India, along with 9 participants from other states, which is truly a remarkable milestone achieved within a single day. This overwhelming response clearly reflects the reputation of our institution and the tireless efforts, vision, and leadership of our respected director, Dr. Mohan sir, whose continuous encouraging and support made this achievement possible. I encourage all participants to actively engage in the sessions, interact with the resource persons, ask questions, and explore collaborative opportunities. The knowledge gained here should not only remain theoretical, but should be translated into curriculum design, research initiative, and students monitoring. In conclusion, I once again congratulate the organizers and I wish the faculty development program a grand success. I'm sure this program will be enriching and rewarding experience for all the participants. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and insightful learning journey. Jai Hind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging and valuable words. Now I invite Mrs. Srilakshmi Madam to introduce today's resource person.
It's my privilege to introduce today's resource person, Dr. Kalyan Sarvepalli. He is an internationally experienced analytics and AI consulting professional with over 18 years of expertise in enterprise transformation. He has led major global programs across Switzerland, UK, Malaysia, and Sweden, driving data-driven decision-making and enabling AI adoption for large organizations. He is a researcher, editor of academic book chapters, and an active thought leader at the intersection of technology and internal marketing. Dr. Sarvepalli Kalyan Garu serves on the managing committee of CSI Hyderabad and is a convener of the CSI AI 100K initiative, one of the most ambitious missions to make 1 lakh students AI ready. A soft After speaker and a trainer, he has delivered numerous sessions on AI, agentic AI, analytics, and digital transformation, enabling and empowering over 5,000 learners across academia and industry. He is equally passionate about social responsibility, contributing to technology-led solutions and healthcare, education, drinking water, and hunger alleviation. Thank you, ma'am.
So now I request our resource person, Mr. Kalyan Garu, to kindly take over the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. So, assuming that I'm clearly audible and visible, I will try to share my screen and then we will start the session. Thank you.
Yes, sir, it's audible.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. So, thank you for this opportunity. I always start any of my sessions expressing my deep gratitude to the founders of the institute because they are the reason who gave us this opportunity and a platform, not even physically these days and then virtually also forward thinking, to all the like-minded faculty and then the leaders in the industry to enable ourselves, share our knowledge, and then in this uh, fast changing world, right? So before we start, right, I wanted to clearly differentiate what this session is about because I very curiously gone through what are all the 5-day topics that were actually taken, right? So that I can fine tune and then I wanted to add whichever way and whatever way I can. So that is where I clearly wanted to differentiate what this session is about and what this session is not about, right? If we understand this at the first few minutes, then we can clearly expect and then the outcome will be very clear. So this session is not about introducing just about the AI buzzword and not one algorithm, one more algorithm, whatever that we work about, and not about any AI tools, right? So I'm pretty sure that people whoever on the, or this virtual room are quite familiar or somewhat familiar of the AI related things. And instead of focusing on the things that we already know, what I wanted to cover is that why AI, despite all its promise, right? So where enterprises are actually struggling. So if we understand this, so then probably the series of the sessions for the next 4 days, I think we will be able to take that as well, right? Mostly my academic research, at least for the last 7, 8 years, even after completing my PhD, will be on these enterprise settings, basically, right? Especially into this AI, agentic AI, and then where exactly the enterprises are actually struggling. It is not about just giving an impressive demo and then getting into how accurate the models are getting into it. So I just, try to analyze for myself where this intersection is actually helping, where this intersection is not actually helping, right? So this is where I think I try to curate this topic, naming operationalizing artificial intelligence in the enterprise, right? So over the next 2 hours, precisely, so I will be sharing patterns and also not on the successes part, but also where we are not so successful from the enterprise and the industry perspective. And wherever the successes are observed, so across enterprises, continuously where the insights are actually helping them back, rolling them back to the academia as well. So right. So this is one of my other interest. And the third objective is not to overwhelm you because the clear expectation is to align our understanding from the industry perspective. So we have two lenses. As a professor, as an academic researcher, we view any concept with an academic lens. But when I come to the other side and then see from the industry lens, how actually it is deployed, how actually it is governed in the real world matters, right? So that is where I think we will try to focus most on this. If you have observed, I have just mentioned from concepts to capability, right? So we use the word called clarity. So this is what I have seen, but there is a specific purpose. Each word that I have kept here in each slide, so they are kept for a purpose, right? So when I meant conceptually, so most of our people from the academia, we are very good at conceptual delivery, etc., etc. But whatever the concepts, when we connect it with the real world industry, so if I just talk about from that aspect, so that is where the value addition comes into picture. So that is where the capability is something entirely different. Capability, when I meant AI can be used by many people these days in many contexts without the supervision. That is what we call it as AI workflow, agentic AI. And then there were some words which I heard from the last 4 or 5 years at least, like creating chaos and then trust, responsible way, all these things. So all these things from concepts which we have heard from the last few years, we will try to bring from a capability aspect, right? So this is where when we operationalize artificial intelligence, especially from the industry perspective, how it actually works out, right? There are three different words: enterprise, organization, and a company, right? So organization is something, a model perspective, so which works where. When we meant enterprise, it is exactly hitting the business. And then when it is a company, when we add legality to it, it is company, right? So just for clarity, I just thought of adding for a few seconds. Now, with this, I will just move on to the next slide. So precisely 120 minutes is what we talk about. So for the first 15 minutes, so we will just understand why AI matters now for us, right? From a faculty angle. So not just in abstract terms, but how do we understand the context from a capability building aspect, right? Because the students, when we teach them, so they are the ones who are going to build the models, who are going to solve the problems utilizing the things that we teach them today, right? So this is where in the first 15 minutes, we will understand that and then try to get a sort of balance between our expectations versus reality, right? So now, once this mental frame is set from our perspective, so the entire session, so we will feel very interesting, right? So now the next 20 minutes, I'm just giving a framework so that these many minutes I will stay on to them, but I will try to go flexibly here and there based on the questions or the context that might come into picture, right? So this is where we will clarify most misunderstood ideas today, right? Or most confused ones. So to simplify, I just took them as models versus systems, and then we will try to screw them to operationalizing artificial intelligence, right? When these three terms are clarified to us, then we will be able to speak the common language, right? So with this shared understanding, once we are into our next class or into our next academic discussions, so what we tend to do is that we will try to give them very different directions, very different dimensions, and then very quickly. So this is where we will make a key shift by the end of this session. So that is why I mentioned in the first thing as operating capability, right? So now precisely the next 25 minutes or 35 minutes or whatever it takes, how actually AI runs inside the enterprises, right? So this is what matters. So we all know conceptually. So this is where I always give credit to the professors because 80% of the knowledge, so they are the ones who give the bedrock foundation. They means we all give the bedrock foundation. So people who come from the industry, so they will talk about this 20%. If we understand that 20%, when I meant that 20%, how AI moves from an idea to production, why many initiatives get stuck at experimentation, right? So we all do proof of concepts. We all do toy implementations, even in the industry. And then why they get stuck. So there are many different roles that are emerging these days. And then why all MLOps and then governance sort of becoming non-negotiable these days, right? So these are also the things that we are just trying to understand in these sessions so that it will be very clear. So the most interesting part will be industry use cases so that we can take them back. So try to enable our students, tell them that this is what your thought process should be, at least from an industry perspective. So this is how the systems are running in the real world, right? So when we meant real world, it can be agentic AI, and this is what people call as future, right? It is not future now. It is actually happening right now as we speak, right? And then it is actually history, if I have to make a bold statement, right? So what actually is changing is autonomy with oversight. This is also something which we have to emphasize and then try to spend some time, right? And finally, we all are from academia. Before we close, we will understand what is the relevance from our perspective, right? And then how responsible we should be, and then what is our readiness. So these days, I started talking about this readiness word a lot because once we feel ready, so then this is where I think the confidence comes, and then from there, the handholding comes. When I meant confidence and readiness, and then the hand-holding, this is from us to the student, right? We'll be able to handhold the student better. We will be able to make them ready even better. We will be able to make them very much more confident, right? So this is the aspect. So with this, I will just move on to the actual slides, right? Welcome one more time. And then this is the three liners that we should carry as a takeaway. And then what matters most is that I would request all of you to give attention to what I speak more than what is on the slide, right? What is on the slide, you may be able, you get anyway the whole deck. I will share it with you, and then you can refer to it a little later also. But what I speak matters because this is where when I just go in the flow, probably you will be able to catch more insights. So that's what I would humbly submit, right? So now, as I mentioned, 5 to 6, 7 years, precisely 8 years back, I was somebody raising a hand, or is there an issue or somebody raised a hand? Okay, it's okay. I'll go ahead. Probably I'll take the questions at the end. So just to not deviate from the flow. So as I mentioned, few years when I was just following all these discussions from a academic, from both the industry aspect, right? So largely what I was observing is that, so discussions were largely around saying that AI is future, AI is optional, AI is experimented within AI right now. And then there are a lot of proof of concept environment, and then a lot of toy implementations that are happening from the research terms. But at that point of time, so when all these words were very common, so the few failure was quite acceptable, right? So even if you're in a toy implementation, if something failed, it is okay. So people say, yes, you failed first and then you will be able to correct it later. But now, believe me, this is not the case any longer, right? So we have embedded artificial intelligence everywhere in our everyday tools. And you know better. So just to mention in 5 seconds, all our mobiles, all our Hey Siri, all our face recognition, everything is embedded. Imagine they're not working for at least 5 minutes and then we are handicapped, right? So that is where it is all embedded in everyday tools. So employees are already using AI, so without formal approval. So this, if we come back and relate to our academia, students are also already relying on artificial intelligence, right? So I was just driving through financial district, and I saw a huge hoarding saying that, so my lecture notes are not so good on quantum mechanics. So can you please give me a summarized and then the refined notes on artificial intelligence or quantum mechanics, right? So this is where the advertisements are coming, which I quite don't like, but this is how the fundamental facts are changing right now. So how should we enable? By the end of this session, we will all feel confident and ready how accurate we can be, right? I always say this to all the students, to all the professors. It is always good to use your large language models like ChatGPT, Google Gemini, Perplexity for you as an enabler. But there is also something called hallucination. There is also called something inaccurate because we are still evolving from that front, right? So then we are the ones who should tell the students that only professors are the one who can speak with authority on this particular topic, because we are the ones who enable ourselves before going to deliver that lecture, etc., etc. Right? So now with this, we all agree that AI is no longer a technical discussion somewhere, right? It is no longer a technology somewhere happening. So now how do we actually see it as an operating capability is the interesting statement, so that we all try to discuss in the next few 30 to 40 slides that I try to curate, right? So now the question the organizations are also asking is that whether you adopt or not is the question. So adoption is somehow becoming mandatory. So now the only question that is coming is that how to prevent misuse or how to prevent inconsistency when somebody uses it from an employee angle or a student angle, right? So when we maintain this, when we talk about this inconsistency, so it can be somewhere the thin line between ethical violation while adopting it, and then the people are too curious and then they become less accountable. What makes them the operationalizing avoidable plus unavoidable also to the two statements, right? So this is where bringing artificial intelligence into the light, into the right adoption when the right innovation matters is the key, right? So this is where the enterprises are actually struggling with the models versus systems, but not actually operationalizing because it is already there, right? So now, uh, let us go to the next slide and then see, right? So now this slide gives you, there are three, four things, right? I will, in the next two slides, I will try to give you the successes versus failures so that once we get to know these things in the initial presentation itself, so then we will get a context, we will get a basic idea, and then we will be able to balance, get the insights very clearly when we go through the flow, right? One of the most important mindset shift is that, see, as I mentioned, it is not just a technological discussion and etc., right? I will also introduce the success aspect because when the business goals are very clear, the use case, the other way, the business requirement is very clear, the value created versus the expectation are matching 100%, right? At least 80 to 90%. And then the change management. This I will talk about in a specific slide. This is just an introduction so that you are just slowly getting onto the terms what we actually use, right? And then the risk and compliance. So from a governance angle, a regulations angle, security angle. So these are the things specifically changing day in, day out, right? So to summarize, so technology is always ahead, right? And then the governing aspects will come into it because we will just realize it little later, right? So now let me go to the next slide. So this is where the expectations versus reality matter, right? So this is the slide which quickly captures the expectation on the left side and then the reality on the right side. So now there are 100 different things, but I try to give at least three things against each other so that we will be able to relate it better. The reality is that so the implementation is very easy these days because once we try to align the internal resources, which means the users of the business requirements that they come from, business users are aligned and they agree that this is actually helpful for us. So then immediately the expectation is actually matching there. The expectation is that the other expectation is that the AI is immediately increasing productivity, right? So this is the first expectation that will come into picture. And then the immediate second expectation is that it will reduce costs very drastically. And somehow we all have heard this magical word called AI is new God, right? So when somebody says AI is new God, somebody is also under the expectation saying that we are unlocking immense potential of innovation somewhere, right? The reality is that because I work day in, day out with clients, so then AI is often slowing down the organizations initially, right? The reason is as this is the interesting statement that you need to catch. What we immediately understand, immediately our expectation is that, or our understanding is that once we implement artificial intelligence, the creativity increases, the productivity increases, the cost reduction is done immediately, the innovation is higher, all these things are there. But what I observed at least is that it slows down the organizations in very many different aspects, right? The first one I wrote is that slow resistance. When I meant resistance, somebody is as good as using Excel, right? So if you try to give a conversational bot on the aspects, they might have 100 different fears saying that tomorrow will I be still relevant? So then they say, no, this is not working at all, even if it is working fine. So somebody is not willing to upskill themselves. There are 100 different results from the people, process, procedural aspects, all those things, right? So now the important aspect that we need to catch, because when I speak from industry perspectives, is that artificial intelligence projects, when they are implemented, exposes these weaknesses in our organizations, in our enterprises, right? So, and then which are previously hidden and then which are not known to the leadership also, right? There might be some broken process, so some broken workflow, some inconsistent data. So there is a clear ownership that is not there, right? Unclear ownership that we call. And then there are some skill gaps, as I told, right, which are visible very clearly. If somebody is resisting, which means that he's not ready to upskill. If somebody is resisting, so he might have some fear saying that his job may be at stake tomorrow morning if it is already implemented successfully. So these are the questions that it will expose immediately to us, right? AI does not create these problems. So this is the important statement you have to understand, right? From an industry angle, when we implement, AI is not creating these problems. It is actually showing, amplifying them, magnifying it to us, and then telling us that this is the problem. Actually, this is the subtle thing that we have to realize when we look at from the industry lens. So this is where we have to tell to the students saying that implementation technically is very easy these days. You have to have these soft skills, these leadership skills, these problem understanding skills, so that they expect from an organizational standpoint, when you are there to solve their problems, so you will be able to balance and match these expectations versus reality, right? So what we have to drive students is that from an academic perspective, whatever we teach to them, they always listen to us to get good marks or to get secure good CGPA or whatever we call, right? But the end of the day, if we understand them to make their mindset shift, saying that whenever you are into the job tomorrow, you are there to solve the problems of the industry, problems that are happening in the industry, problems of the business users, right? So this is where we often use in the industry, right? I quite very oftenly hear that AI is an amplifier, right? So you always have some productivity that is there. So AI is an amplifier, meaning it can be in both ways. So when we meant, so if expectation is matched, so it is people success and then clap themselves. So when they amplify realities, when reality meaning that whenever the hidden processes, broken processes, your data is not consistent, your ownership is not consistent, when these are amplified, so then the reality is actually shown, and then probably we will have to work more on that. This is the double-edged slide, right? So these are the questions that we should actually start understanding for ourselves from a faculty angle, and then we should start giving these kind of insights to the students, so which will enable them more better, right? So these are the questions probably which I day in day out ask myself from the intersection of leadership versus governance versus ethics versus cultures versus technology implementation versus how you actually do it. So these days, the productivity increases if you try to utilize any of the tools that are available in the market. Say precisely, they say 1500 to 1800 are available. Today, one tool comes into the picture, tomorrow that is available, tomorrow, or day after tomorrow, it disappears, etc., happens, right? But the right questions that we ask, so gives the right innovation, gives the right adoption of the right tools, and then matches the expectations versus reality, right? And now here, this is a reality check, right? So I know this is quite probably not so comfortable slide, because we're talking about failures at the start itself. The reason why I try to put it here is that Once you understand where the success is happening, once you understand where the balance is happening, once you understand why the projects are actually failing, right, without any sugar coating, and then when we do a reality check, both from the academia versus the industry, so then we will be able to inculcate the right knowledge to the students, and then we as academic leaders will be able to talk more confidently. So this is the objective of the slide, right? So now, if we examine why most AI projects fail, so this is statistically speaking, people say, right? So there are 90 to 95% of the projects which fail very silently. When I meant silently, silently meaning that people stop using them. Suppose I am a business user, I have given a business requirement, and then the technical team has given me the solution, and then there is no feedback that is taken or somehow which is left out. So, and then I stop using it, which is also a failure, right? So if I like it, if it is more usable, if it is actually from a user standpoint, from a business standpoint, if it is helping me day in, day out, so then I will use it very often. So this is where in the industry, even if a small report is built or even if a small feature is done, we will try to periodically check the usage metrics that we call, right? So these are the key performance indicators where we check how many users are actually using the new tool or new report that we have developed, so that we understand the reality check, right? Now, there are 3, 4 things that I just mentioned here. I will quickly, briefly touch upon them, right? So first is the absence of business ownership, right? So now, these are the things that I've observed in the last few years, at least. No business leader is willing to think or somehow, right? So what is the outcome exactly? He doesn't know, but he's in a hurry to implement. And then he wanted to take AI-driven decisions because somebody else is doing it. And then he's actually confused in giving us the right requirement. So then what happens? IT teams will go with the assumptions while they start implementing them, and then they cannot carry the enthusiasm. They somehow understand the technical risk, but don't understand the business risk, right? So this is where largely the problems happen. And then the second important aspect is that from a data standpoint, I'm not ready. When I meant I'm not ready, the enterprise is not ready, but I have lots and lots of data that is available, which is not in a right format, right? Enterprises assume that I have lot of data. I have the data that is available and existing. And now the question that we need to ask, both from an academic standpoint and an industry standpoint, is that whether that is usable, right, in reality. So suppose I am taking 100 different photos daily with my iPhone, and then I just capture them. So if I just see it, so there are some insight that might pop up and then say, so these are exactly the same pictures you busted out, and then you can remove them, right? So when I just go on the data standpoint and then see at least 10 to 20%, I may be able to optimize, right? So vague example, but these are the things that people record every call that we attend, right? How many of us are going back and then revisiting them for a quick check or whatever, right? So likewise, in enterprises also, there is a lot of data that is available, which is very fragmented, which is in silos, and lots of things are very inconsistent, which means that even if I try to do some transactional data that is there, I will not enter most of the things. Imagine I send you a Google form, only the mandatory ones are updated. The other ones are not there. If I ask you to update an email, somebody says dummy@dummymail.com, which is not relevant, which is not consistent, which is not right. So which is not untrusted, right? It is not trusted. So these are the things that I need to understand. So, and the change management, because I have already touched upon this point, whether people judge whether AI will be really helping me or not, or they are too enthusiastic about AI saying that, yes, this is new God that will help me in everything and anything. And there are also people who fear about that I'm getting replaced tomorrow morning, right? So without this communication, So there will not be involvement. We can't expect involvement, right? We can't, resistance will be there quietly. And then finally, what is happening? The projects fail because the adoption is not happening, right? So innovation happens with very few people, right? 5, 10 people or quite a good few number of people. Adoption is something what we need to talk about masses. So if I have 1 lakh business users in my enterprise, only 10% of the people can innovate, or not even 10%, 1%, right? So the rest of the 99 people, if I'm able to make them adopt what is already innovated, that is where the real success lies in the industry, right? This is what we think basically. This is what I drive all my projects. And then finally, the ethical thing is 100% needed because we are bound to do this, right? Especially when we work in pharma and then the retail spaces, etc., etc. We are bound to the GDPA, FTPA, or all these consequences. We just have to, we can't ignore them. We are bound to follow everything. We are bound to follow all these rules from data aspects, etc., and then be compliant, right? So we will try to drive all those things on the aspect only, right? And there is a talent mismatch. If I don't know what I'm doing, if I don't know what to use when, if I don't know these kind of aspects, how to use an easy thing, right? So if you know which tool to use when and what, so then how to use is just a navigation these days. So this is where I just reiterate, most of the AI projects that I have seen are silently failing, not because the project is not officially successful. Project is officially successful and then everybody congratulate themselves, but people stop using them very silently, right? They don't just use it day in, day out, right? That enthusiasm stops, and then this is more dangerous, right? Visible failure, we know, right? People come back, feedback, shout at us, and then say this is not working, that is not working, etc. But when somebody is very silent, we just have to go there and then tap. This is where our leadership comes into picture. From a student angle also, somebody who is coming back to us, yes, we explain them. Somebody is not coming back to us, we just have to innovatively go back and then teach them, try to understand more, right? This is what I do at least. And then this is what many of us do, right? Now, this is where the reality check, I just try to give you a perspective. So to reiterate, so technically strong, but adoption wise, it is not successful. So that is where it will struggle, right? So this is where I think from an industry, we are trying to bridge that gap 100%. People talk about academia industry gap, but in the industry, we talk about this bridging the gap like once it is innovated, the adoption, innovations versus adoption, and then the how much they are actually using it, right? Now the next part. So this is a mandatory slide that we just need to have so that we are going with the flow. When somebody sees it, it should be complete. That's why I complete. So this is an umbrella. I don't have to spend more time on this, but I wanted to drive a point here is that so via machine learning, we all know we just predict patterns. That is what we do. Via deep learning, we handle complexity. At least this is how I just try to simplify things. Via generative AI, what we does is that we try to create some content. There are 3, 4 ways that we do: video, text, and then all these things, right? Audio. And then agentic AI is the thing, right? It is not emerging, but I just kept it as emerging because still it is evolving. But at least last few years, I've been working very extensively on these things. And this is where the people start stacking up, capability increases. And then when these kind of things increase, we just have to understand parallelly the risk is also increasing, right? So this is where I think we are working a lot on this from the industry front. So adoption, what I observed is that it is very uneven, right? So across all industries, all verticals, it is not the same. It is very uneven. So wherever the highly regulated sectors, as I mentioned, like pharmaceuticals, so they move very cautiously, right? They don't jump on things. Even if they wanted to do things, they do toy implementation, they do in sandboxes, etc. But they will just do it very, very carefully because they are compliant. They need to be compliant at the end of the day, right? Not because they lack innovation, but they wanted to do it because they carry heavy risk and consequences, right? That is where they do it. So this is what is the summary of the slide. So many organizations try to see it this way, but agentic AI is something which is emerging, because I tried to give you that handshake for today's to tomorrow's session so that you will be able to 100% relate to the flow of the 5 sessions also. So that's where I mentioned in the start that I just curiously looked at into the 5-day sessions that we are talking about in these things, right? Now, AI, right? At least this is the question that comes to me whenever I go to the panel discussions, etc., etc. They say academia perspective. This is how we use it, right? How we view it. We say modeling of data and then try to find patterns and then think of accuracy and all those things, right? But from an industry perspective, how do you actually view it? My answer is very simple. So because I am very close to the academia, because I go to sessions and then do all these things, talk to students almost day in, day out. So my understanding on these both terms is that I reply them in very simple way. AI from an academic standpoint is modeling data loosely. And then from an industry standpoint, it is solving problems, right? There is much more deeper to it. So I don't want to confuse anybody when I make these statements. But once you understand these two words, it will be very clear, right? So in academia, we talk about AI success when it is measured by accuracy, right? In industry, so we measure our successes based on reliability and trust. So today, that is what we do, right? In academia, we always say LHS is equal to RHS. When that is done, yes, I feel quite confident. And then we wanted to do it anything and everything empirically and on a model based. I build a model today, test it tomorrow empirically with right data, sampling, population, and all those things. And then I try to create some informations. That is where my confidence comes when I speak from an academic front. When an industry front, so there are only two aspects: how reliable my solution is, how can I trust it, right? When I meant reliable and trust, so today I built something. How uh, uh, um, uh, how it is working consistently, right? So today it is working the same way, tomorrow it should work the same way. So from an academic wise, how do you see if it is slightly accurate model today? So then we explain it, we justify it saying that, yes, so this is what it is. And then this is how, if somebody tomorrow comes and audits to me also, so this is where my justification comes from. But from an industry standpoint, how do I do that? So this is where if my solution is 100% working stable, consistent, and then over a period of time, if it is improving, and then if it is becoming a benchmark perfection that I'm talking about. How I'm talking about, I will take an average. For an example, if my report is running and then giving me in 1.5 seconds today, and then if I run it multiple times, and then when I average it out, if it is giving me in 30 seconds, so that's where over a period of time, it is giving me the consistent results from data perspective, insights perspective, and also the performance is improving from the timing aspect, right? The difference in summary is in the evaluation criteria, right? Whether the research success or the production deployment success. So accuracy versus consistency, right? So this is where it is. And this is how we see. If we remember these two words, probably we will be able to elaborate and explain. So that is why I just try to keep all my slides very simple so that the takeaway will be very easy. And then whatever I talk, it goes to all of our minds as a reiteration, right? So now this is the important shift, right? Yeah. If you observe how to read the slide, right? It's from left to right. So we are just moving from the AI models to AI systems, right? Now, what is a model? What is a system? So if we understand it, so it becomes easy. Model, according to me, if somebody or if it answers a question once, so then I call it as a model at this point of time, right? So we can debate it little later, but for simplicity's sake, let us define it. Out of 100 different definitions that we have, at this point of time, I call a model. If it is answering me a question once, I call it as a model, right? So what is a system now? So relating to it, if it is answering repeatedly across users, if 100 different users are using it, multiple users are using it, the same model, and then across time, say for the next 6 months or 1 year, and under different parameters, under different conditions, different things, right? If it is giving me the same answer, then it is becoming a system to me, right? If you agree, you can give thumbs up, etc., whatever. If I don't see, it doesn't matter because I'm on the full screen. But the simplicity sake, it is that a model is that if it is answering me a question for one time with all the parameters consistently, then it is fine. If a system is something what I'm calling it, if it is answering me repeatedly, when different users are using it across time and then across scrutiny, right? Under scrutiny, right? This is what we call it as a system. Now, what it matters, right? When having said this, when a system comes into picture with this definition, I'm talking about monitoring. I'm talking about an alert system. So something is not working fine, it will give an alert. And then the fallback mechanism. So some database is not working, and then the fallback database will come into picture, and then it starts working. And then there is some human intervention that is needed. Alert comes to me on my mobile or whatever, and then I will be able to guide accordingly. And then without this, right, without these kind of guardrails, the AI systems are very I mean in a delicate situation, right? So that is where the industry is struggling at this point of time. This shift from model to systems is the debate, and then is the interesting case studies that are 100% going on. How do we actually sustain them? When we sustain these models, when we sustain these AI systems, what happens is that the foundation itself becomes sustainable, right? Then we call it as whatever the features that we have added, whatever the new things that we have brought into the picture, they are becoming sustainably adopted, or the AI adoption is becoming slowly sustainable, right? This is the one. So now I will just in another 2-3 minutes stay on this slide because this is important. And slowly, right? So we will try to internalize what is this slide trying to communicate, right? So there are only very few words, but listen to me a bit focused so that it gives you the perspective what I'm trying to convey, right? There are 100 different initiatives that at least I'm speaking, right? That tens and dozens of initiatives that I talk day in, day out because of my work, etc. But because of my interest, I just see in LinkedIn, Twitter, or few of the fellows who I follow academically, few of the fellows whom I speak to them when I do few consulting things to them, because these are the things that come into picture, right? AI initiatives succeed in academic settings, right? This is what my summary is. When I talk to a few of the professors like you, few of the academic researchers who have got that intellectual rigor, what they tell me is that, Kalyan, all these initiatives, at least from an AI perspective, they are succeeding in the academic settings. But when we see them, in the enterprise level, or at least at the implementation level, we are just seeing not so comfortable, or they are, I'm just trying to sugarcoat, but they fail in enterprises. That's what they say, right? Now, this is what it, right? A model, when we talk about, now slowly let us get into deeper. A model which works, giving me one answer, one consisting answer. So in our academic language, we call it as an artifact or whatever, right? So a small individual thought process comes into picture, he builds it, and then he coordinates with small teams, train them with the limited data set that is available, which is not real time, right? So this is something, a synthetic data or whatever he keeps it, and then evaluates it at the metrics that is available to him. So that metric is 100% academically rigorous, right? But the data is the one that you need to catch here. So we don't have right data because he's trying to utilize the synthetic data, and then he will be able to meet from an academic standpoint, performance-wise, to a certain threshold only, right? This is the key part that we need to catch here. He is working in a very contained environment, right? That is the thing. People say your bike will give you 79 kilometers per liter, but in these parameters, in these conditions. But when we go to enterprises, the things are changing 100%. When the same person goes onto the road on ground, and then he will have to shift the gears 100 different times, he will have to go very slow, and then this kind of an ideal situation is not there. That is the ground reality, right? So when these models are actually becoming systems, the enterprises deploy them as systems. So then these are not the classroom enabled research lab scenarios. These are working in a competitive enabled or a competitive uncertain world, right? So this is where enterprises, when they deploy these systems, they will not work 100% the way the academicians think. This is the catch that we need to understand. From an AI system standpoint, fundamentally, this is the differentiation that we need to understand. This is why now we are starting from whatever it is from the platforms. We are talking to the platforms right now, and then the entrepreneurs are shifting from even when we do the internship, etc. We expect them to do it on the production pipelines only. So that is the important aspect, right? That's where I given the word production pipeline. This is no more an experiment. At least, can this be done? No, this can be done immediately with the questions. Can this be done every day? Right? That is where the consistency aspect is coming into picture. So can this be done every way without creating any harm? When I meant any harm, is it working 100% consistently? The second aspect is that the question is far more difficult and far, but any human oversight that is happening, any governance aspects, are we having different guardrails? So academically we are disciplined. At the same time, when we are implementing it, is it the same discipline that we are getting into that student implementation or toy implementation? So this is where the models to systems, the platforms shift, experimentations on toy implementation to actual production pipelines, and then from an individual brilliance, that's what I meant, right? Somebody having a thought process. So somebody actually making it to an organization level implementation is what is this thing. Now, what is the takeaway from a faculty standpoint? I all spoke about from an enterprise perspective and then all these things. Now, when I have to go back to students and then teach them this, so we have to tell them, you build strong model is always necessary. It is needed, but it is no longer sufficient. So this is the thing that we have to tell them that should go to their minds, right? Students should be taught from a model angle, but we should teach them how to convert them to systems. Without this perspective, so this is where when I ask questions to the early professionals that they come to me after they join the company. So when I ask them, so this is where they struggle. This is where they struggle to adopt, basically, right? This is 100% that we have to tell them. From a model shift to a system shift in your mind is what is needed. So this adoption, if we can tell them, this is 100% they will help it, right? The reason why I am trying to give you all industry insights is that this is where, from a faculty standpoint, which will help you. Technical things, I can go 100% deeper, but at the end of the day, the connecting the dots from a concept to what is happening exactly in the industry, and then where exactly their industry is struggling. If you understand that in a classroom standpoint, you have the conceptual clarity. So now if you understand the industrial expectation, you will be able to connect the dots better. And then the lecture that is delivered will create value to the students. So that is where my thing is right now, right? Now, other thing is that the enterprises are learning the lessons very hard, right? So they deploy the model, they celebrate saying that, yes, we have done it, because they are bound to do it because of 100 different reasons. Because every quarter they have to say that these are the innovations that I have done. And slowly, so what is happening is that the performances are degrading because the expected outcomes are not there. And then the monitoring aspect is not correct. The mechanisms that initially they thought are not implemented. And then I go back to the same reiteration saying that This is where the silent risk is happening for a visible asset. I have already created it as a visible asset, whatever the AI algorithm model system, but when it is not used, it is silently failing, and then that risk nobody is actually realizing. This is one of the use case, and then the case study that I'm working on 100% to give from a technical aspect, right? And then this is where, from an institution perspective, we have to slightly tell them these are the metrics that you need to follow, and then how your AI behaves changes, and then how your AI behaves, your AI system behaves in your uncertain world whenever it interacts to your human interaction happens responsibly, right? This is what it does. I hope you are able to understand this sketch, but if you have any slight doubts or note it down, probably we can discuss this little later. Quickly a time check. We are on 7:10. I think we are going very good on time. I'll try to cover most, right? Now, these are the things I tried to cover when I spoke earlier, but I tried to quickly touch upon this. Left side, if you see this, if you understand how to read this slide, so this is what then is happening. Very controlled environment. We can relate it to our academic situation. Evaluated once, my model perspective, which is very stable 100% because I'm working all these things in a controlled environment. But what is happening here, we have to design them for imperfection, because if some question comes or some situation comes or some other thing that AI system has to handle, it needs to be 100% ready, right? This is where the Agentic AI slides, which I talk about in few minutes, just to touch upon that topic, will give you a perspective. This is where it will self-evaluate and then self-validate till that benchmarked results are come. To give you a good perspective, imagine that I'm talking to ChatGPT. I have given a good prompt, so which is what I thought, and then it gives me a summary of a text or whatever. Second time I say, summarize on artificial intelligence. Second prompt, I say, make your tone conversational. Third time, I say, add sources. Fourth time, I say, add industry-related examples. Fifth time, I say, simplify saying. It should be understandable by a layman perspective or a early student who is to the artificial intelligence. This is where I'm slightly trying to fine tune my systems, saying that till my benchmark results are coming. So though the example is vague, I think hope you are able to relate and understand, right? So now in the final touch point, I have given you as a keynote here, or a note that you can take away, is that earlier the result accuracy is what mattered, but no, it is not about accuracy anymore. It is about the reliability, which means that next time I use it, is it reliable? Is it 100% up? Something like that, right? So whether I can trust this system or not. So over time, right? These are the things that people have started, gauging the systems going forward, or at least started also, I can say that, right? So with this, I will go to the next slide. Now, slowly coming on to the operationalizing AI means. What does that mean actually, right? So there are 3-4 words: artificial intelligence, operationalizing, right? When I meant operationalizing, how are we actually trying to make it as a part of our organization? So that is what the exact word called embedding comes into picture, right? So even people don't realize it is a part of the organization right now. So now what we need to think of is that when we operationalize, everybody starts using it. Somebody starts using it from a shadow standpoint. When I meant shadow standpoint, so imagine we are not officially telling students to use ChatGPT for their assignments, but they start using it. What we can do? Only thing we can do is that we can tell them, saying that you can always utilize them as an enabler or as a teammate. So to get extra information, but the accurate information you should get from the professor itself. This is what something we have to tell them, right? From an ethical and a scalable standpoint. Now, the other important aspect is that it is no longer an optional tool. practical terms, when I meant operational AI, it requires output that is appearing so naturally from my business standpoint. When I meant business standpoint, somebody wants to create a O2C standpoint or a production standpoint or a HR angle, all these angles, right? So this is where we talk about from an enterprise thing. All these components, if these systems are helping them to do their day in, day out jobs, and then without limiting them, when this adoption is 100% useful. So this is where I will say operationalizing is happening, and then which means slowly the accountability is also coming when they use it. So when using also means that, right, in our 3-4 aspects, somebody uses it for their decision making at a director level or at a CFO or a CEO level. Somebody uses it from an operational level, saying that to create a sales order, to create an invoice, to create a billing document, or to create a HR attendance thing, or something like this, right? So this is where the operationalizing aspect comes into picture. So if you observe, there are 3-4 points I mentioned here also, from individual brilliance to organization capability, right? I'm 100% reiterating these words again and again, because these are the things that we need to start using it academically also. These are the terms because you are using in the industry. So from a faculty standpoint, what is it that I need to see it from this slide, right? So preparing students for this integration is what matters, right? This is what is the takeaway from this slide. So whenever the enterprises are shifting from your model to systems, so how they are operationalizing it, how they are actually trying to do it from a technical environment to your business environment, how that shift is happening, with a certain amount of discipline, if I have to say, from an organizational discipline. So this is where we will have to take away from this slide and then start talking about it, right? I will go to the next slide. So this is where slowly I am just getting onto the business framing problem, right? These things will help you understand for the next 4 days also. I'll try to send these slides, try to just go through them also, because you come to the next session, because these are all the things that I just kept the 4 sessions in mind to give you this, right? When I meant business problem framing, right? This is where the user story comes into picture. So not data, not model specifically, but where many organizations, or especially the organizations, talk about is that this is an expensive mistakes. That is where they call. If you are not asking the right questions, like if I have to say, I'm just thinking, what data do we have right now in our organization? If I don't know that, if I don't ask my question, so then what am I building it actually? So which AI model should I use it? I have 100 different things, right? This is what I always tell the students. I have different large language models that are available, right? Like ChatGPT, and then Perplexity, Google Gemini. I tell them always saying that we have to tell to the students. So each model is fine tuned for a different angle. Say like my observation is that if you use ChatGPT for a creative writing, it is helping better. And you also have to tell them that whenever the creativity is increasing, hallucination is increasing. We know that, right? So, and then the Google Gemini is giving a good output when I use from a coding standpoint. This is my observation again. And then whenever we need some sort of research related source finding facts, etc., Perplexity is doing relatively better, right? You don't have to ask it. It actually generally gives it. So these are the general examples I just follow, give them so that they are relatable. And then when it comes to industry standpoint, imagine somebody is building AI for healthcare, right? What is the problem that they need to frame? Whatever the AI systems that I'm building right now, will this help reducing the patient waiting time, at least at the OP area, outpatient area, right? Without compromising the accuracy? Or am I predicting, am I able to predict with the kind of right models, right systems, the patient that came today, after how many days he will again, the probability of he visiting again, right? So these are all the things that we need to actually start framing, start giving them the examples, right? Now, slowly we move to the layers. I mean, just to tell you, because these are the use cases that I'm working with few of the biotechnology guys, right? So urinary tract infections are the ones where an individual, if he gets for one time, the probability and the chances of getting he coming back to the same hospital, same doctor again is 45 to 50%. So that's what is the model says what we have built again, right? So these are the right questions that we need to ask. Once the right question comes into picture, you will be able to choose the right model. Once the right model is come, so how to improve it, right decision making, and then the other clear ownership, correct approach, all these things are falling in place. But this is where, right? And then the key takeaway that I wrote here, probably I leave it for you to read. Now, what are all the different layers, right? When I meant different layers, so I said, now we have framed the problem, whatever the problem may be, define the AI problem through the business impact. This is more important. What is the impact that I'm able to create of the question that I have made for myself? So this is what in industry terms that we call it as a business requirement for whatever it is. Once it is framed, so then next I go to the readiness and then the model development stages. Once these things are coming into picture, so we always talk about relevant, whether it is relevant right now or not, whether that relevant data is available or not. Now, once that relevant data is available and tested, now my system is reliable or not, whether it is trusted or not, right? For example, simple term as customer. Customer may be defined for anyone as from a purchase angle or from a procurement angle or whatever, right? From a sales angle, customer is a customer. But how are you actually having the data? So makes in which dimension you are actually seeing it, in which definition standpoint you are actually seeing it, whether the data is available from that dimension or not is matters, right? If it is not there, so then the data is already inconsistent from that dimension, right? This is where the data readiness matters. This is where we say different departments in the enterprise should collaborate each other. How they collaborate each other? Again, via IT systems, the data teams, etc., etc. Someone must decide what is the exact data source, whether it is authoritative or not, whether it is becoming the single point of truth or not, from a technical standpoint, right? So this is where the first step comes. Once the data readiness is addressed, right, model development can begin. So this is where the difference, right? In academia, what do? We start with the model development. Our most attention will be on the model development. We design, we wanted to train with the synthetic data that is available, and then we test the AI model with that. But here, the difference should shift. This is where we need to start teaching. We need to start telling them saying that the shift should start from the framing of the model, framing of the business problem, to understanding whether that right data is available or not. And this is where I tell students to go to Kaggle these days. So check the near to real-time data. And then from there onwards, you can use Python or whatever to simply create your synthetic data, right? That is easy these days. But the concept is that if you're talking about a high complex model, do you have that kind of a consistent data that is available, which gives you accuracy, which is very, I mean, close to the marginal accuracy. That's what we call, right, in an academic term. So, and then possible to audit, possible to explain how we have built, possible to tell them how we have actually, with what speed, with what accuracy, with how relevant I'll be able to explain it matters, right? Now, finally, you have to monitor tracking and feedback. So this is where it comes. Now, slowly what happens is, right, so AI, once it is deployed, the actual testing happens from there, right? So it is not the success. From there, the real users start using it. That's where I've written is that AI is never done. So it just starts. Whenever you think that you are successful, that is where actually it is actually started, right? Now there are final stages. I've talked about your deployment, your monitoring, your governance, etc., etc. And there are a few things that I will talk about. MLOps, I have a different slide, which I go there and then talk about it, right? Slowly we go to the next slide. Now, these are the roles I will quickly wanted to touch upon in 1 minute, right? These are the roles that slowly people talk about. Business product owners. These are the ones who interface, who understands the business problem, who understands the business processes, and then they are the ones who decides the success, right? Because they say they are the ones who are able to visualize even before it is created, right? They are the ones who can influence business users and then say that now somewhere we have to trade off and then you can accept the solution. For example, if I have to take loosely, right, in a banking scenario, somebody as a business owner decides, how can I reduce the fraud risk, right? More important than speeding approvals. There are two aspects, right? One is somebody trying to approve it very quickly for example, a home loan. There is other aspect which people talk about how to reduce fraud, right? We have to have a trade-off between them, which is to what aspect are you prioritizing, right? This is what matters. What objective? So if you give priority to the wrong objective, then obviously you are not optimizing your systems or you are not giving right approach, right? You are not the right approach. Domain subject matter aspects. So this is where in the industry we call them as functional experts, because are subject matter experts, right? Like in academia, we call them as resource persons who are actually trying to understand, trying to catch hold of things that are emerging from a technology standpoint, and then try to give us those perspectives. Likewise, we have domain subject matter experts who understands on the ground which is happening. And then suppose if you take from a healthcare standpoint, they are the ones who will understand, suppose how is the patient flow happening, right from the registration desk to right from the clinical priority to right from the emergency thing to right from the regulatory constraint, right from the record keeping to right from the next time when he comes, what happens to all these things. He is the ones who is able to understand from the industry standpoint and then try to give give the business users and then the technical users interfacing between them with the right vocabulary, and then try to do that. Data engineers, we know, so they are the ones who are the core. Likewise, they design, test, etc., etc. So machine learning engineers, so these are the ones who will interface between models and systems. Right now, we know what is a model system. So these are the ones who play a major role in the part taking the models developed. I mean, if I have to loosely say these days, data scientists, and then make them deployable. And then once they are deployed, how can we scale them up? How can we actually maintain them, right? Once they are once they are deployed, we have to maintain them. So how to slowly shift our focus from to the performance aspect on the reliability aspect and all those things, right? I'm continuously using the same words because by the end of the sessions, we all will use the same vocabulary. That's the word, that's the promise I've made at the starting of the session. Finally, the change managers, right? These are the professionals who focus on the people, right? Either they can be employees, they can be business users, not on technology, right? These are the ones who will communicate why AI is being introduced, and then at what time you need to start this shift. So these are the guys who will tone down the resistance and then who will increase the adoption, right? These are the managers. With this, slowly from a faculty standpoints, we need to start talking these terms also, which means that the cross-functional learning will happen from the academia itself to the students even before they come to the industry, right? Now I go to the next one. So this is where I started. Cross-functional things is non-negotiable. So we need to, the previous slide, I tried to give it in a different visualization so that you will all be able to relate. It is not about single team. So these days we talk about agile methodology, not the waterfall models, right? Somebody used to give me a requirement a decade back, and then I used to deliver it in 6 months, and then suddenly the expectation mismatch used to happen. This is not what I expected or what I utilized. But now what these days, what we are doing, somebody gives me a user story, I understand it as a requirement. So what exactly is needed, and then what is the output expected? What I do is that immediately a feature I develop, I go to them, sit with them, give a business demo. They understand it. They say that, yes, this is fine, this is not fine. And then this is where we need to improve. And then few actionable points I take out of that meeting and then try to get it back, right? This is where I think the cross-functional collaboration is why I say non-negotiable for the success of the projects, at least till the deployment. From there, we can take it on. Now, this is where slowly I'm talking about the operating models from an enterprise standpoint. At least this is where I started using in our projects, right? So we have a centralized center of excellence where they will have a strong view on governance, on the standards, right from the naming conventions. Suppose if somebody is creating a program, how they should actually comment it, how they should actually name it, all these standpoints, they will do that. So, and then they will try to give that niche expertise to the teams, right? So this is where it happens. And then the other, if I have to simplify it, right? Imagine a large bank that's want to introduce this multiple departments. Somebody wants to automate the fraud detection. Somebody, and then this other vertical wants to do the credit scoring. Other vertical called customer service wants to improve their thing. And then the risk management. Each department wanted to build their own AI independently, right? Now, the organization risks, what is the risk here? Suppose all these four fraud detection, one credit scoring, customer service, risk management have built their own models or AI systems. The risk is that they are building it AI independently, and then the decisions are obviously going to be inconsistent because there is no handshake happening, right? So that is what it is. This is the risk that they do. Now, the other important factor is that they might be having duplicated tools, whatever from a credit department, whichever I have developed. So I might also built it from the fraud detection perspective, right? So then there is no proper handshake. There is a risk of building duplicated tools, duplicated work, etc., etc. And then the important aspect is that because I gave a banking example, the risk is also from the compliance aspect. So this is where the centralized COE, which I have built, or I proposed it probably in many of the projects that I did, and then said this is where you have to have the strong guardrails. And then anyway, largely everybody is following, but I can't give those sensitive details. That's where I just meant them the centralized AI COE. But the other important aspect is also is that they should never become a hurdle for the implementations, right? So they are not above all. They need to have a holistic view. They need to have a helicopter view, which means that they should know each team is doing, and then where can they optimize the work, where can they control, where can they make it consistent, where can they make the system safety. From this angle, these guys will help. The other important aspect is the federated model. What, right? So now what is this? Federated meaning, so we have a central AI function. So this is what happens here. And then if you see that is where it is already created, right? So centrally it is there, federated, and then it just distributes across different business units. So central team says these are the standards, these are the platforms you need to use, these are the tools that you need to take over. Probably these might help. And then the individual departments, they will take the curation from these practitioners or the individual practitioners, whatever you call business users. So they will take it from that and then try to deploy these solutions locally, right? The control is there, hub and spoke, if I have to say hub and spoke, and then this is what happens. This is where we are balancing control versus flexibility from a business standpoint. Now, the embedded team model, finally, right? The capabilities are fully embedded. You have your business units, you have your varying standards. Now, to give you a simplified example, so we have a big pharmaceutical company which is having their headquartered at UK, for example, right? From there, they do their operations, and then they have different functions that are affiliated things or subsidiaries that are there in China, India, Japan, North America, are all those different rollout countries, right? Now they will have their different local business processes, local business functions that they need to agree for, right? So this is where the embedded team model will help, and then try to minimize this coordination, operations, and then independently at the same time trying to follow all the compliances. This is slowly, this is a slide that talks about. From a faculty standpoint, we need to tell them this is how the operating models in the organizations work. So then when we teach them along with the technology, along with the frameworks that we do, so then we are giving the value addition, right? Now, slowly, I wanted to give it a realistic view. So this is where it happens. So you will have your awareness first. You will have your organizations talk about AI at this stage, and then they will talk about initial successes, and then they will talk about excitement, curiosity, and then say, yes, ChatGPT is coming, and then we have started using it. This is 100% giving. So whatever the email that I used to write for 10 minutes and then think it for 100 different times, whatever the Python code that I used to write it for 1 week, it gave it in 3 minutes, at least for 5 seconds, second time I used it. This is the excitement stage and then the awareness stage. Now the second important stage is the experimentation stage, right? Now, this is where from a academic standpoint, if you have to relate, right? We have our pilots, proof of concepts, and then from a faculty standpoint to relate the hackathons, the student projects. This is where we do the experimentation. From a enterprise standpoint, so they do these toy implementations, sandbox things, and all those things. Sandbox things. And this is where once they do this experimentation and then try to see whether there is production ready, so then they will start doing it to the next one, operationalizing. This is where the important transition that I started talking about when I started this session, right? Suddenly there are 100 different questions that comes here. Whether the data quality is there, governance is there, accountability is there, all this happens when this operational stage is there. Now the optimization stage. Here what happens? We are already successful. Now we wanted to fine tune the models, both from the technical aspect, from the other aspects, right? Now, before we declare AI first organization or whatever, this is where I think we just have to give that motivation. It is not treated as a special initiative anymore. It is about we are already embedding AI models that we spoke about, which gave me answer first time, and then I made them into systems. I am making them as an enablers for my decision making, which means that these are all the models, these are all the features that by default I started using them as a user, right? Importantly, that is where I am actually using them as AI first, but not very casually, right? I use them very cautiously still, right? Now, uh, just start thinking in these lines to shift our mind, right? So if an organization or an institution, and from a student standpoint, from an individual standpoint, at what stage I'm sitting in, whether I'm aware or I'm in an experimenting stage, operationalizing stage, optimizing stage, or am I already there? At least take a ChatGPT thing, just I'm aware of it, or I've started experimenting them, or I've started fine tuning it, or do I have a RAG model for myself? Because I can just question call, talk to it and then get my things done, whether I'm at that stage. If I'm already at that stage, whether I'm fine tuning it, optimizing it for further decision making, all those things. And then now I can say I'm AI ready individual or whatever. So this is the realistic view. Either this can be applied to your organization, enterprise, your individual institution, your individual self, etc., etc. Right? This is where it is. Quick time check. We are on 7:40. I think we will just do another 10 minutes. I will try to complete, and then based on the time take sessions, right? Few more minutes. I urge you to stay focused because few important things are coming the way. Now, where are these stuck, right? So I will just leave it for you to glance it for a few seconds. Most of the people are stuck in the operational stage only, because this is where all the if we do it very efficiently, optimization happen. If we do it very casually, this is what we call it as danger zone, right? So I just touch upon and then leave it. We'll go to the next slide. Now see, these are the 5 things here. So we talk about model versioning, bias monitoring, drift detection, right? And then the auditability, regulatory readiness. These are the 5 important, right? So by MLOps we call, or AI governance perspective, very important to start talking about these things as an academicians, right? Don't underestimate them, because these are all the things that wherever I have seen, right? So we always tend to focus on technical things and then try to not talk about these things in classes. So academic settings, once a model is trained and evaluated, the work is largely complete. That's what we feel, right? But now shift the focus to the enterprise and then see. This is where the actual responsibility begins. Once I feel that my model is trained, I have deployed it, my system, I have deployed it, then this is where the actual thing happens, right? The moment an AI system influences real decisions, this is when I have deployed. This is the time where people start, or business users start using them for their real decisions. So to take one of the examples from the banking thing that I've given, to approve a loan, right? So they will utilize it. To prioritize a patient, a doctor can utilize it, right? As an academician, or you can, somebody is not attending the classes really, or somebody is not doing it very well, you can raise a flag as well at risk from a student angle, if you have built that from an institution standpoint. So this is where the zone is coming into picture, right? This is how you have to think, or else these are mere words, and then probably you will not be able to relate them better. Relate them from a use case standpoint. This is where I always reiterate. Suppose AI model is predicting a student dropout risk, right? Simple example, right? Now, model performs very well over time because we are fine tuning it. And then what are all the criteria that we have taken? So admission criteria changed, teaching methods evolved because now we are becoming slowly AI ready. And then we know how industry is actually thinking, how artificial intelligence products are actually failing, why they are failing, because these are all the things that we start talking about to the students. So then once this model is monitored, from these parameters perspective, when I meant this model, the student dropout risk model that we talk about, right? And these parameters slowly started giving the accurate results. So from a faculty standpoint, I may not notice them immediately, but the decisions perspective, when we start speaking these things, so these predictions, these things slowly, right? So then that will add value add to the students. Now, the other important aspect is that, okay, let me touch for a few seconds on what these things, right? So before we touch upon the governance aspect, what is model versioning? So though you may know, I will just try to cover briefly. The same way we think about versions, suppose you wrote a piece of code, version 1, version 2, version 3, like those software. So this is what is the academic terminology, right? That's what we do. So evolves over a period of time. After versions, you reiterate, and then your models also get versioned, right? This is where we also do it. So this is what your model versioning happens here. When we meant the second one, the drift detection or the bias monitoring. So suppose the, how do I say it? Customer behavior is changing. Their shopping behavior changes. Somebody enters to is a supermarket. The moment they go with a certain list, but the moment they see something, their behavior is changing. They wanted to buy it, they buy it, right? So relate to the example that I'm telling. So these are all the detections that the organizations try to identify when AI model is not behaving as expected, right? So they do a model for a specific parameters or specific things that in mind, but when they are not working the way they detect that those things, so then they will try to fine tune it, right? This is where it is. The bias and fairness monitoring. Again, largely we all know whatever the training that we give is all based on the historical data, right? So the chat GPT that I do it right now is actually uh, trained a few minutes back or few hours back or a few days back on a specific topic or whatever, right? So this is where if you observe, if you just, I don't know whether you observed or not, if you have used it or if you have certain questions you have asked, it will tell, I will answer it to you in 15 minutes or something like that. It will never say no, right? And then when you actually go back and then check after 15 minutes, it will tell the same thing till it gets the right information, because it is fine-tuned in such a way that you might get the training data in 15 minutes or in a few hours or whatever. So never say no mindset is what is fine-tuned, if I have to say simply, for these LLMs, right? So this is what it is. And from an industry standpoint, we always would love to see, and then we always give our right stress on how these questions are answered. This is what is, we call it as explainability. How these questions are answered technically. In the other way, how these decisions are made. How these decisions are made, meaning technically we have to go back and then see how the decisions are influenced. What data influenced it? What model was used basically? And then who approved it, right? Before it. All these questions from an audit standpoint, from a regulatory standpoint, from a model versioning and all these things, when we do it. So these are the non-negotiable terms. I would say there are many more, but these are the 5 ones at least we need to start teaching to them, because this concept, right? People started using this enterprise related operationalizing implementation very seriously at least 6 to 7 months back. So that's what my observation is. So there are papers, there are cases, there are discussions that happened, but people started thinking very, very seriously for the last 6 to 7 months back only, right? With that, I moved on the next slide. So how do we actually creating different departments, different verticals? This is what I just try to give. The important aspect that we need to understand here is that the central idea is that AI implementation or AI project will be seen as a value engine, right? So everybody sees that it reduces manual effort, improves my decision speed. Somebody might think I might become 100% consistent if I use it. My quality becomes 100%. I can see a sea change in my quality, and then I can do it in scale. If I'm replying 5 different emails daily, I am able to deploy 100 different emails daily from a business standpoint. From a technical standpoint, if I'm able to do a program in 1 week, I'm able to do a program in 1 minute. This is what they see. But what we have to cover here is that the integration aspect. This is the example which I tell. There are companies which are existing from decades and century, right? At least, for example, take Coca-Cola. There are implementations that are happening for the last few years. It is a company that is there for more than last 100 years, right? So there are definitely implementations happened. what we need to tell to the students is that even if you vibe code, even if you do that intent-based coding, so do that. But what we need to understand, what we need to keep in mind is that keep the integration part. You are trying to put this piece of code somewhere to bring in a new feature in the already 100,000 lines of codes that is already available. If you don't understand this sensitivity, the delicate situation, you don't know when it goes to product and environment where it will bomb, right? Where it will give an issue. So this is where we have to tell proactively. And then this is where IT operations become stable, right? When you think of it, don't think of it from a automation aspect. Think of it from a stability aspect. Think of it from a increasing the consistency aspect, right? So now these are different areas. I touched upon few or three. Supply chain, probably these are the ways inherently when you from a delayed shipments, from if you wanted to do external discount exceptions, all these things, right? You have to see. So imagine this example of Amazon that I famously give for everybody, right? So if you wanted to predict the delivery delay, I am told by Amazon that tomorrow I will be delivered the mobile that I have ordered today. If it is getting delayed by instead of 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock, from a customer standpoint, I see it as a delay. If it is coming by 9 o'clock, I see it as a early, right? Both situations are, I'm not happy as a customer because early scenario, I have to wait. A delayed scenario, I have to wait too, right? But if it is coming at the exact time with a tolerance limit of 5 to 10 minutes, so then I'm happy as a customer, right? So this is where it is. So these are the use cases that we need to start talking about. Now let me go to the next one. So these are the two slides. I tried to bring in the synergy between the industries versus the different departments of the industries versus verticals. So in the next 3-4 slides, I will try to go to the deeper use cases and then try to explain them. But here in this, right? So what the important point that we need to take is that these are not static, right? These are ever changing. These are dynamic. So now keeping those things in mind, so we need to do our models with a rollback capability as well. This is where the versioning helps. This is where the versioning helps, right? Imagine you are working in a healthcare thing, which is high risk domain, right? A wrong prediction can cost lives, right? So this is where we give the stress on conservative explain. We are very conservative on those aspects. We are not very fast when deploying these things. We stress upon explainability, and then these are all heavily monitored and compliant, both from the government, both from the internal departments as well. So finance, you already know, we talked about these risks. Manufacturing also, and manufacturing, I'll talk about the next slide when the predictive thing comes into picture. Logistics, I have covered with those Amazon scenario, right? With the predictive delivery delay, right? So if it is delaying, it can be on different aspects. Your weather changes, your route changes, your dynamic prediction changes, all these things that you need to take into picture. Now slowly, quick time check. We have 7 minutes more. I just try to take a few more minutes and then try to give more room for questions or whatever, right? I think we can slightly extend if you're okay. Now, if you see it here, right? So these are the manufacturing related things that comes into picture. So people popularly talk about this predictive maintenance, right? So which traditionally they used to follow a different reactive approach and then a scheduled based things. When maintenance happens, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months, whatever that repetitive periodical things used to happen. But whenever these AI models are built, we even know now that after 2 days, so this might happen because of the alert is coming to me right now, right? Which is causing for me to take a lead and then act on it. So this is where we need to tell to the students saying that keep these use cases in mind. Instead of reactive, you need to be proactive. So this is one we did from a faculty standpoint. This is what we need to tell, right? So now the famous question that comes, right, as an FAQ always, whether this human replacing is not possible here also, because engineer needs to go augment it. When I meant augment, it can be via digital twins or clones or whatever that we do, the technology that we use. We need to go utilize them, take the final decision, and then with the human support, we need to do that. We will be able to do that, right? So this is what we need to give them, that student the value standpoint. BFFSI, I think banking and financial domain. So this is what it is. I spoke about in the earlier examples, the credit risk thing, the fraud detection. These are the two famous or the popular examples that we all will be able to relate, right? So now the key takeaway is that human in the loop is more important on all this aspect, even how much it is automated. Imagine from a bank customer, right? So he always, when it comes to financial terms, human in the loop is more important. This is what we need to keep in. Next one, healthcare. So there are use cases that we are talking about, real use cases that I work on, like the customized diagnostics, right? After 10 years, for an ex-customer, what is the probability that he might get this, right? These are the things that people are coming. I mean, we call it as customized things, and then we are asked to predict those kind of or develop those kind of models for a few of the pharmaceutical kinds that you work on, right? Of course, the healthcare data that they give is very sensitive considering all these things. So if somebody X comes to a company or a hospital and then asks, what are the chances that after 10 years, this X might develop diabetic, right? Or he might develop high blood pressure. So then they will be able to predict it based on his family history, etc., etc. Again, the data is the key on the availability, and then removing the biases, the medical data removing the what we call it as the right term, right? I'm trying to think. Inequities, that's what they call, right? Inequities, which means that making it consistent. In the history, there might be spikes, right? Somebody had coffee 10 times daily, their BP might shot up to a different level. But on a normal day, uh, or one time a day take a consumption, it will be quite low. Or if he's on a quiet diet, if it is very, very different. So making it equitable data. So based on that, we should be able to predict. Now, what we need to highlight from a faculty standpoint here is that it is just not about accuracy. It is not about technically building it. It is about the trust we are building it, right? It is about the responsibility that we're taking about when building a model. This is what we need to emphasize to the students. So these days, if you see, people are getting the placements for 3 lakhs, and then there are also packages that are coming from 21 lakhs. Where the where is that differentiation that is coming from? So the student will be able to explain in the same technical terms. Both are same, maybe, right? If I have to compare, but where is the difference? The difference is coming in explaining these things, in considering all these things. So if they are able to explain, these are all the things that are considered while we have developed this kind of a use case, or when we worked on this kind of a mini project, or when we worked on this kind of a toy implementation. If they're able to explain these things, then this is where we are able to giving them that value, right? Now, education and tech, in the interest of time, I'm just rushing through. I'll just leave it to you. This is one of the use case I thought of telling, where personalized learning, right? Imagine I was given content for 10 chapters, video viewing, and I might not be able to complete all of them in one go. And as a physical book reader, what do? I might go to chapter 7 first, read it, chapter second first, and then read it. I go here and there, right? So if I'm a voracious reader, what I do, I go back to the last page of it, read it, get a feel of it, and then I go to the first page and read it. So these are all the things we need to consider when we do the education part. So this is where the startups are coming these days, where they say, right, you don't have to pay immediately. Once you get a job, pay back. These are all the consulting scenarios that are coming from the edu tech also, right? Now, where is the shift coming from? So this is where you need to understand, right? Now we are talking about agentic AI next enterprise shift. It is not next, it is the now, right? When I meant next, after this, you should start talking about it is now because we know it already, right? So now, what if a user asks the question? Well, now today, I complete in another 5 minutes because we have touched 9. If somebody is worrying about time, just a quick time check. Whatever the website that we open today, right? It will open up a pop-up a conversational bot, right? It says a user can ask a question and then it produces an answer, and then this is where a human decides what to do next, right? I might quite rudely say I need to talk to a human, or this is not an answer that I'm expecting, or what it is. Now, where is this coming from? So when my agent or a piece of code that I write, if I have to loosely call, if it is understanding the goal exactly, if it is breaking that into tasks, if it is deciding what actions to take, if it is observing what is the outcome and then asking the question relatively, adapting it, and then learning it from that adaptation. So then that is where I call it as an agentic AI. In 1 second, I will tell you a very beautiful example. If I have 100 different rows in an Excel sheet with an inconsistency of 25 duplicate rows, 10 missing values, etc., etc., if I create a piece of code to make this 10 duplicates, removing 10 duplicates, that is one agent. So these missing values to make them consistent, I write a piece of code, then that is one agent. So to monitor these two agents, I create one more agent called orchestrator agent. So that is more like a manager. So when asked the right question, it triggers which piece of code to work, etc., etc. So this is what is an individual agent loosely, right? So this is where the agentic AI is coming into picture, right? So now, still, I will say from a faculty perspective, designing aspect, how are we designing it matters. Human in the loop is not still going away, right? Keep these two things. Now, this is where I think plan, act, learn, I spoke about. So tomorrow is the session. I don't want to get into more details of it. So now I will touch upon where we are talking about from the enterprise perspective, right? So enterprise perspective, we have supply chain agent, and then the IT operating agents, research assistant agents. These are all the RAG models, simplified RAG models, if we have to call, right? And then they are continuously helping it. One important aspect here is that you always need to talk about the goals definement, ethical boundaries. What are all the decisions that are approved so that it will be able to answer to that extent? And then what is the accountability where the human need to intervene, right? So this is what it is matters. Now, this is a slide that talks about the readiness. This I have covered. From a faculty standpoint, I just wanted to reiterate it. And yeah, this is one of the last before slide. Now, it is not about rushing. It is not about building intelligent missions, right? Whether that intelligence is needed or not, but what matters to us as an enterprise, right? Be thoughtful, responsible, and adaptive in whichever the use case that we take. This is what is needed. This is where then the AI helps to us. Now, this is the last slide. I wanted to thank you everyone because for a patient listening, and and I just quickly talk about for 1 minute the mission that I'm working on very passionately, and with the Computer Society of India, Hyderabad chapter especially, we are working on a mission called Computer Society of India Artificial Intelligence 100K. When I meant 100K, 1 lakh students, 100,000 students, we wanted to make them AI ready, right? So along with that, once we become AI ready, now with this kind of faculty development sessions, we wanted to give them a 2-hour session so that imagine whatever we have as a knowledge, if 1 lakh students are getting that knowledge. 1 lakh students are able to reciprocate the same vibration. So then this is where I think the beauty is. So I would like to invite everybody to be a part of it, to connect to it and then do that as well. And then there is you can go to the website and then be a part of it, right? On a personal note, so academicians are the one who I always will not leave any opportunity to express my gratitude to all the professors, because I am the one who would love and then continue to work very closely with the academia. Those I work in the industry for my living, because this is where I keep my intellectual rigor very live, and I wanted to help more successful professionals coming from the academia, from students to early young professionals, and then they start their thinking, right? So this is where I halt myself. And then if you wanted to connect beyond this lecture or whenever, this is my LinkedIn. Professionally, you can connect, and then we are there, right? Thank you very much. And I open the floor for the questions or whatever if you have. Even if not now, we can have the questions little later. And I'm giving the handle back to the organizer.
Yeah, participants are welcome to ask any questions or type in the chat box. Participants, my dear wonderful participants, any questions is there? Kalyan sir, my voice is clear?
Yeah, it is clear, sir. I'm able to hear.
Yeah. Participants, sir, in the chat box, they are mentioned the well session, good session, there are lot of messages for appreciation messages is there, sir. So many appreciations is there. One good appreciation is I tell to you, sir. Good session. Thank you for who conducted this. It is over to complete the data package. Please send the okay, complete the today's very informative session, very good session, and dear very good session. And also one more beauty is there. Thank you, sir, for your insightful sessions. Your expertise made the complex topic is incredibly engaging. I truly enjoyed this training and I look forward to participating in your future programs. Yes, one of the participants, that is Debisa Tracy, one of the participants. Participants, I'm once again I'm requesting to any questions is there, please, sir is available. Please ask the questions. Okay. Okay, sir. On behalf of today's vote of thanks, respected chief guest J. Trishul Reddy sir, respected director Dr. Mohan Babu sir, respected principal sir Lokanatham sir, convener Ramesh Babu sir, Dean Academic C. Lakshmi Madam, and respected HOD Cyber Security Dr. C. Lakshmi Madam, esteemed resource person, distinguished guest faculty members, and my dear wonderful participants. On behalf of Department of Computer Science Engineering, NarsimhaReddy Engineering College, Hyderabad, and computer in association with the Computer Society of Hyderabad chapter, I extend my heartful gratitude to all of you gracing the inaugural function and day one session on 1 week online faculty development programming on emerging technologies in data-driven artificial intelligence. I sincerely thank Dr. Today's resource person, Kalyan sir. We are pleased to express our heartful appreciations for your outstanding presentation, deliberation as a resource person for the FDP on emerging technologies in the data-driven artificial intelligence from 6th to 10th January 2026, sir, organized by the Department of Computer Science Engineering and NarsimhaReddy Engineering College. We would like to express our sincere thanks and heartful gratitude to you delivering an insightful and fruitful session on today's topic, operationalizing artificial intelligence in the entrepreneurs. Your session is enriched to the participants of the workshop, which knowledge and created an individual environment. We look forward to collaborating with you in the future and exploring the opportunities for future engagement, sir. Sir, shall we wind up the session, sir?
Yeah, thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for sparing the 2.5 hour session, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah, my dear wonderful participants, I will close the session. When shall we wind up the sessions? Already I shared the participants' IDs and all the things in the WhatsApp and mail IDs also last 12 hours onwards. Please check participants' ID in the clearly in the WhatsApp group or in your mail. Yeah, thank you, sir. Kalyan, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.